前言
Forward. What was the past for human being? What will be the limit point for mankind in the future? Will the intelligence of human be able to stop the asteroid's impact on Earth? If these questions cannot be answered, then we should turn ourselves to the greatest creator. Chapter 25 of Tao Te Ching begins with, "There was something formless yet complete. It existed before heaven and earth." The Bible makes its purpose clear from the very beginning. In the beginning, the God created the heaven and the earth. Here, God means the greatest creator. The Diamond Sutra says, "If one desires to see me via colors and seek me through sound, he is pursuing an evil course and cannot acquire enlightenment from Buddha, the greatest creator." Book of Odes Decade of One Wang. Great Brightness says, "This King One, watchfully and reverently, with entire intelligence served the greatest creator, and so secured the great blessing." In Chapter 8, The Origin and Fate of the Universe, of his book A Brief History of Time, the great scientist Stephen Hawking says, "The general theory of relativity on its own cannot explain these features or answer these questions because of its prediction that the universe started off with infinite density at the Big Bang singularity. At the singularity, general relativity and all other physical laws would break down. Science seems to have uncovered a set of laws that, within the limits set by the uncertainty principle, tell us how the universe will develop with time, if we know its state at any one time. These laws may have originally been decreed by God. Note, God is the same as the greatest creator. One possible answer is to say that the greatest creator chose the initial configuration of the universe for reasons that we cannot hope to understand. This would certainly have been within the power of an omnipotent being. It would be very difficult to explain why the universe should have begun in just this way, except as the act of the greatest creator who intended to create beings like us. Man has six sensory organs of eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and consciousness, which correspond to six perceptions of vision, hearing, olfaction, taste, touch, and telegnosis. Man communes with the material world and the non-material world via these six perceptions. If a person is blind and has no vision, then how can we convince him that there is light in the universe? How can we prove the existence of light? No, we cannot. For one is unable to perceive light without vision. If a person is deaf and has no hearing, then how can we convince him that there is sound in nature? How can we prove the existence of sound? No, we cannot. For one is unable to perceive sound without hearing. If a person is ignorant and has no telegnosis, then how can we convince him that the greatest creator is in the universe? How can we prove the existence of the greatest creator? We still cannot do that. For one is unable to perceive the greatest creator without telegnosis. Telegnosis is an innate instinct. With telegnosis, we can perceive the existence of the greatest creator. Everyone has telegnosis, but why we are unable to perceive the existence of the greatest creator? This is because the telegnosis is blocked and blunted in the same way as one suffering from falling of eyesight cannot discern the view in front of his eyes. If one's eyesight has dropped, one pair of glasses will enable him or her to see clearly. If one's telegnosis is blunted, he will be able to perceive the existence of the greatest creator by improving his wisdom. Someone wants to deny the existence of the greatest creator with a case of antinomy. Can the greatest creator create a rock that he cannot lift? This question puts us in a dilemma. If we say no, we have completely denied the greatest creator. If we say yes, it proves that the greatest creator cannot lift the rock he has created. The existence of the greatest creator is also negated by the statement that he cannot lift a rock. Whatever the answer is, the result is the negation of the greatest creator, or at least the negation of the omnipotence of the greatest creator. The man who creates this antinomy is very smart in that his minor question has perplexed the spiritual nature of many people, making them stay far away from the greatest creator and wisdom. This person is either Satan or someone disfavored by the greatest creator. He cannot taste the grapes, so he would try his best to prove that the grapes are sour and prevent others from eating the grapes. Can the greatest creator create a rock that he cannot lift? This question is a trap. The similar question may be, are you a thing? How would you answer this question? No matter the answer is yes or no, you will fall into the trap of the designer. It does not make any difference whether to say, I am not a thing, or I am a thing. Thus, we cannot present positive or negative answers directly to any antinomies. Instead, we should consider from the question itself or lodge a rhetorical question. For example, the rhetorical question for, are you a thing, is to aim the question, are you a thing, directly at the person who asks this question. Let's see how he will answer this question himself. The rhetorical question for, can the greatest creator create a rock that he cannot lift, is, can the greatest creator not lift a rock that he has created? The question, can the greatest creator create a rock that he cannot lift, is not tenable to the greatest creator himself. In the same way, the question, are you a thing, is not tenable to the man himself. In addition, this question itself is a double negation. Namely, whatever the answer is, the question itself has secured the negation. Many philosophers and logicians have been puzzled by such questions. Here are some more paradoxes. Let's see how you should answer. Are you not an animal born by your parents? Can eyes not see eyes? Is a man not a non-animal? Such questions cannot be answered directly, but with the changes of some conditions. The greatest creator-related question can be answered. The greatest creator can create rocks under any condition. The greatest creator can lift rocks under any condition. Any more questions? The questions can be done in this way if we keep on. I will begin by asking, what is lifting? Does lifting mean holding the rock in both hands and raising it over the head? If the answer is no, what is lifting? If the answer is yes, suppose this rock is the earth and I stand upside down with both hands touching the earth. Isn't the earth over my head? You may reject the interpretation. For the earth is not over my head but under my head. Okay, what if I repeat the same action and move along the longitudes in 360 degrees? Then should there be a point on the earth over my head? If not, which point of the universe is over us? And which point is under us? At this point, you may argue although I am holding the earth with both hands, and although the earth is over my head, I am not holding the earth, rather it is the gravity from the earth that draws me. If this is the case, we should negate the meaning of lifting as we have first proposed. That is, holding the rock in both hands and raising it over the head cannot be regarded as lifting. Then what is lifting? No matter how you define the meaning of lifting, I can say I lift the earth as long as I change the direction. And if you say I lift the earth, I can prove that I am not lifting the earth. So, the question, can the greatest creator create a rock that he cannot lift, is tenable or not? We should pursue the greatest creator and get to know the greatest creator. Otherwise, we will not be able to understand the origin of the universe and the origin of life, or the past and future of human being. We cannot even understand the instincts of animals and the purpose of life. I am 46 years old now. I have engaged in a wide variety of occupations: shepherd, peasant, migrant worker, secretary of Youth League branch, clerk, secretary of CPC branch, political instructor of art and cultural propaganda team of People's Commune, bench worker, electrician, automobile mechanic, middle school teacher, office clerk, office manager, interpreter, driver, salesman, grocery store manager, restaurant buyer, bartender, nightclub manager, manager of fast food department, property developer, and so on. The duration of my jobs all lasted for more than half a year with the exception of office manager and restaurant buyer, on which I stayed only for 2 months. What have I gained from working on so many jobs? What I have learned is, without a belief and an aim, life is just like the floating clouds drifting in the sky with wind. An inexplicit traffic accident I personally experienced several years ago has prompted me to explore the meaning of life. What on earth do I live for? For the sake of my country? Nonsense. I have problems even making a living for myself. How am I supposed to do anything for my country? Do I live for my parents? Absolutely not. Otherwise, why should I survive after their death? For my wife? Unlikely. She may enjoy a better life without me being around. Do I live for my children? Not necessarily. How can those childless parents carry on life then? After the children grow up and have families of their own, what do I live for? I can no longer provide them with any help. On the contrary, I may prove troubles and burdens for them. Do I live for myself? How absurd it is. I can neither decide my birth nor my death. If there is an option, I would rather choose not to be born and not to be a being at all. Then who brought me to this world? Is it because of the accidental union of my parents that I came into being? Definitely not. The universe is governed by laws. Everything has its causes and effects. Nothing exists purposelessly and accidentally. Everything exists for a particular purpose. Then what is the purpose of my existence? This obscure and confused way of living is beyond my endurance. I would rather die than to live without a clear understanding of myself and the world around. If I have no idea where I came from, then I should at least know where I am heading. Otherwise, it would be a great pity if someday I suddenly get killed in a traffic accident. Can I live a life with understanding if I am wealthy? It seems that there is no single millionaire in the world who has solved the problem of the purpose of living. By the time you have a lot of money, perhaps you don't have much energy and time left. You may have died before you know why you have lived. Besides, money does not come the way as you wish. Otherwise, anyone can be a billionaire. Having power will make one understand the meanings of life? I doubt. There have been many emperors and kings appeared on the stage of human history. Did they really understand the purpose of life? Was there any one of them left us with book on life? How about being a scientist? Great as Newton, Einstein, and Stephen Hawking are, they still wondered the origin of the universe, the origin of human being, and the origin of life. Would I be any better than them if I become a scientist? Moreover, just as I cannot become a singer because I am not born with the gift of a singer, I cannot be a scientist either. To be a scientist for me is something beyond my wildest dream. Will it be possible for me to understand the meaning of life if I seek to become some kind of expert? I am afraid not. Let's take archaeologists and anthropologists, for example. One day they would say that mankind originated from Europe, another day that mankind originated from Asia, still another day they would claim that mankind's ancestor lived in Africa. To affirm the place of origin of mankind simply by a few pieces of fossils is far from reliable. It is likely to say that we would be originated from the Antarctica if some more human fossils are excavated from somewhere someday. How about reading the Bible? Can it be a way to understand the meanings of life? Maybe I was born foolish. I have read the Bible for years, yet I have not been enlightened so far. Where is the kingdom of the greatest creator? It has been there already, or it will emerge in the future. Where would it be if it will emerge in the future? By future, do we mean a millennium, 10 millennia, or 100 million years? My life only spans scores of years. Is there such a thing as the resurrection of flesh and body? How can resurrection be realized? There is no doubt that Jesus is a God. The problem is whether there are any other gods that above Jesus? Why would Jesus undergo suffering if he is free from the control of other gods? Why almost all his disciples died an unnatural death? Is it possible for a God to lose control of his own fate? As a God, why couldn't he protect even his own disciples? Why should they suffer for the blessing of other worldly life? So I rely on Buddhism to guide me. Buddhism preaches the previous life and the eternity, lifetime after lifetime, retributive justice and karma. This makes sense. But how on earth does karma transform? How should a person behave to acquire eternity? Where is the Pure Land? And what does it look like? I have only read a few of the great many Buddhist sutras, so it is not for me to jump to a hasty conclusion. Since Buddhism has existed for more than 2,000 years, it should be able to interpret the meaning of life, but it failed as well. If life is but a process of suffering, why does the greatest creator create so many wonderful things for people to enjoy? If the purpose of life is to attain Buddhahood, then what is Buddhahood? How can we attain Buddhahood? What is the probability of attaining Buddhahood? If only 2 to 3 out of the 1,000 people who practice Buddhism succeed, then the rest would feel quite unwillingly to sacrifice the worldly pleasure. Money, power and status, and scientists and other experts, Christianity and Buddhism. Each may have its own arguments, but none of them can explain clearly the meaning of life. And for us mortals, we even have a hard time scraping up for daily existence. How can we have time to pore over the learning of sociology, natural science, and religion? Is there a shortcut? Is it possible for us to seek the greatest creator directly, bypassing gods, Buddha, and the knowledge accumulated by mankind? Because only the greatest creator knows all, and only the greatest creator has the ultimate power of decision. Where can we find the greatest creator? Read Wordless book, Read Heaven, Read World, Read People, Read Things. Luckily, I have undertaken more than 20 different jobs and have experienced many hardships of life. In addition, after graduation from senior middle school, I went further study for another 3 times. And I have stayed in the countryside, in small towns, and big cities. As a result, I can string up different phenomena and events for chain reflection. Nevertheless, I am still confused. So what could be the obstacle? I was greatly enlightened when I incidentally browsed the Quran, which says, "The masses of deities and mankind, don't hesitate to escape from domain of heaven and earth if you can. But it would not be possible for you to escape without the help of authority." Yes, how can I escape from the domain of heaven and earth without the power and help of authority, the greatest creator? How can I get the support of the greatest creator? By telegnosis, man is a part of the universe. Man can correspond with universe. The brain can immediately sense the sting on the toe. So if I send a fax of thought to the greatest creator, he will surely know my appeal. Indeed, the picture of the birth of the universe, the origin of life, the origin of mankind, and the 36th dimension space began to appear in my mind. The subject of fate is thus revealed naturally. Only at this time did I learn the greatest creator, Jesus, Sakyamuni, Lao Tzu, as well as mankind, universe, time, space, energy and matter, body and soul, the nature of life, and the meaning of life. I came to know God by telegnosis, which could only be sensed nor told. In order to facilitate the understanding and induce even greater enlightenment, I have cited 40 natural phenomena and 8 logical reasoning to prove the existence of the greatest creator and to illustrate the 8 characteristics of the greatest creator and the 8 major relations between the greatest creator and human being. Whether you can sense the existence of the greatest creator completely relies on your telegnosis and wisdom.
证明上帝存在的40个例证。
40 evidences proving the existence of the greatest creator. By Xiefeng. Take a broad view, and you will see faraway mountains are fresh and green. Stay and study in life genuine will a new life begin. You will see clear paradise scenes. Once we fall into deep meditation, we can feel that there is a supernatural power in control of the movement of the universe and the birth and death of all things and the track of human life. No one can deny the fate, yet no one can grasp his own fate. Everything about us seems to be prearranged by certain powers, and we are only moving according to the life courses assigned to us. Then, whether such a supernatural power exists or not, whether there is a super wisdom in control of the entire universe or not. If there is not, then how did the universe come into being? Where did the variety of life forms come from? If there is, where could the supernatural power be? What is his form? Does it look like a man? What characteristics does he have? Why we cannot see it? Does it care for humankind? How does it manage this astronomical universe? How shall we get to know it?
一、有序运行的太阳系需要有人设计安排。
There should be someone behind the orderly operation of the solar system. By Xiefeng. With the Sun as its center, the solar system consists of the Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, comets, the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, meteoroid, interstellar matter, the Earth's satellite moon, and other asteroids. Attracted by the gravitation of the Sun, other celestial bodies revolve around the Sun. Among them, the 9 planets revolve in the same direction around the Sun along the nearly round orbits in approximately the same plane. For billions of years, the solar system has been running in the Milky Way galaxy in an orderly manner and with no single mistake. The 9 planets, the Earth's satellite moon, and other asteroids have unfailingly and willingly maintained the order of the solar system. They cooperate tacitly with each other, conforming and obedient. There has never been any bullying. There is a high degree of organization, discipline, and unity. If any one of the planets does not obey command and acts on itself, the whole solar system will immediately be knocked over by other stellar systems in the galaxy. Then the main task of the whole solar system, sustaining the life on Earth, will not be possible and man will also perish. To live harmoniously, a big family of about dozen people will need some domestic disciplines to keep it in line. A company, small it may be, must have rules and regulations if it hopes to survive and develop. A house should have a design before builders can begin work. How the doors, the windows, the kitchen, the living room, the bedrooms, and the bathroom should be arranged. To survive, even a pack of wolves, a swarm of bees, a cohort of ants, or a flock of sheep must have a leader in charge. Otherwise, the result will be a state of disunity and chaos. Let's take a look at the general manager's office. The desk, the chairs, the bookshelf, the sofas, the tea table, the telephone, and the like are all arranged in an orderly manner. The tea table will not be placed on the desk. The chairs will not be put on the sofas. Why? Because these have already been designed and arranged. Let's have a look at the workshops of a factory. The lathes, the milling machines, the planers, the drill presses, the machining tables, the grinding wheels, and the tool cabinets are arranged in an orderly manner. They will not be piled up and thrown here and there. Why? For someone is doing the arrangement. Let's take a look at the streamline of the assembly workshop of TV sets. There is a strict order for the assembly of different components. Is this order formed naturally? Of course not. There must be someone doing the design and arrangement. Let's take a look at everything in nature and every activity in human society. It is not difficult to discover that all have been organized and arranged by someone or a certain brain. Then how about the orderly functioning of the solar system? Is it not designed by someone? By logical reasoning, we can infer that there must be someone in charge of the creation and arrangement of the solar system. But who is this someone? He must be the planner and designer of the universe and the wise omniscience, the greatest creator.
二、地球至太阳的距离是刻意安排的。
The distance from the Earth to the Sun is a result of deliberate arrangement. By Xiefeng. The distance from the Earth to the Sun is 147 million kilometers, which is the ideal distance for the Earth to absorb the solar energy. If it is too far, the Earth will be cold and bleak place. If it is too close, the Earth will be a flaming globe. You must have had the experience of warming yourself by fire in the cold winter days. Your distance from the fire will be decided by the state of the fire. If you are too close to the fire, the heat will be beyond your endurance. If you are too far from it, you cannot absorb the heat. You will automatically adjust yourself to an appropriate distance which is not too warm to be put up with. Now you can do a calculation. Imagine yourself as the Earth and the fire's seat as the Sun. What will be the proportion? Let's suppose the proportion is x, then the proportion from the Sun to the Earth is also x. That is to say, the distance between the Sun and the Earth is not a matter of coincidence but a deliberate arrangement. Except the greatest creator. Who else can do that?
三、地球的自转是有意安排的，自转的速度是经过精确的计算确定的。
The rotation of the Earth is a planned arrangement and the velocity of the rotation has been accurately calculated. By Xiefeng. If we keep facing the fire, then our body's front part will be very comfortable, but back part will be still very cold. At this time, we will unconsciously turn around and make our back face the fire. After some time, we will turn around again. In such a case, wouldn't it be ideal for us to sit in an automatically rotating chair so that all our body can evenly receive the warmth? However, the rotation should not be too fast. Otherwise, we will feel dizzy and cannot see the objects around us clearly. More dangerously, we might be thrown off the chair. Too slow a rotation won't do either. One side of the body is warm enough, but the other side is in urgent need of heat, and yet the chair has not turned around. Then certainly we can find an optimum rotation speed that can make us feel comfortable and warmed evenly. The Earth is rotating at an ideal speed. It rotates at nearly 28 kilometers a minute and revolves around in 24 hours. This speed ensures that both the East and the West hemispheres can get the heat evenly and that animals, plants, and men can have the time for labor and rest respectively. Suppose the Earth does not rotate, the East hemisphere will be facing the sun all the time. Everyone would feel the unbearable heat, while the West hemisphere will be in a constant darkness and the cold, which will be too extreme for men to bear. Vice versa. If the rotation is too fast, for example 12 hours for the Earth to turn around itself, then there will be only 3 hours respectively for morning, noon, dusk, and night. The sun will be high up in the sky before we have enough sleep. If we wait till we have enough sleep, Then we will wake up only to find the darkness nigh is out there again. Shall we get up or continue sleeping? If the Earth rotates too slowly, for example 36 hours for it to complete a circle, then we will have 18 hours of day and 18 hours of night respectively. Plants will either have too much or too little photosynthesis, climate will suffer abnormality, we shall find it hard to arrange the time of work and rest. The rotation of Earth and the speed of rotation are well planned and accurately arranged by the greatest creator. If you are not convinced, just try it yourself and see whether you can come out with better arrangement.
四、地球环绕太阳运行及运行的速度是严格按照物质运动规律设置的。
The Earth orbits the Sun, and its running speed is in strict accordance with the laws of physical movement. By Xiefeng. The Earth orbits the Sun at the speed of 298 kilometers per second, which does not allow for the slightest error. If the speed exceeds 298 kilometers per second, the Earth will fly off its orbit along the tangent and enter the vast universe. The life on Earth will all go extinct for lack of appropriate light and heat from the Sun. If the speed is slower than 298 kilometers per second, the Earth, failing to reach the escape velocity, will be drawn to the Sun, that is, the Earth will fall to the Sun, just like an apple falling down to the ground. Isn't this terrible? It is well known that the satellites of Earth should orbit the Earth at the speed of 79 kilometers per second. If the speed is faster, they will not be able to fly around the Earth along a certain orbit. If the speed is slower, the satellites will fall down to the Earth. The speed must reach 111.8 kilometers per second to escape the constraint force of the Earth. The speed must reach 166.7 kilometers a second to escape from the solar system. These are absolute numerical values, allowing for no exception or negotiation. So, now think it over. Why the Earth should revolve around the Sun at exactly 298 kilometers per second? Why it is not any other numerical values? Without the calculation and arrangement of a superwise being, is it possible for the Earth to run for 4.6 billion years, obediently, meticulously, and voluntarily?
五、地球的倾斜是特意的设置。
The tilting of the Earth is deliberately set up. By Xiefeng. As far as the orbit of the Earth is concerned, the Earth is tilted at a gradient of 23.5 degrees. You can use a globe as a sample. Without the tilting, there will be no alternating seasons on the Earth. The equator will be unbearably hot. The temperate zone will be turned into the frigid zone, and Siberia of Russia will be part of the Antarctica. If the tilting is at 90 degrees, the ice and snow in Antarctica will all be melted and the Earth will be a complete ocean, with no single stretch of lands. Then can the Earth tilt at 24 degrees or 23 degrees? Absolutely not. If the Earth tilts at 24 degrees, all the coastal cities will be submerged by water. If the Earth tilts at 23 degrees, the Earth will suffer from severe water shortage and many rivers will disappear. Just imagine, will it work without the computation and design of a superwise being? Then who is this superwise being? Neither you nor me, but the greatest creator.
六、月球是地球上生命的保证。
The moon is the guarantee of life on Earth. By Xiefeng. First, let's look at some moon-related figures. The moon is 380,000 kilometers away from the Earth. The mass of the moon is approximately 1/81st of the Earth's mass. The moon completes a circle around the Earth every 25 hours. It takes 27.3 days for the moon to go along its orbit as well as auto-rotation for one circle. The time interval between the first full moon and the next is 29.5 days. It tilts at 5 degrees in relation to the ecliptic. The orbit of the moon is oval. The moon moves westward. The above data are the warranty for life on Earth, and even the slightest changes will pose catastrophe to life on Earth. Some people have whimsically thought of blasting the moon. Others objected to the idea, arguing, the moon should not be blasted, because without moon man will lose some sentiment. Actually, the matter is not so simple. Without the gravitation of the moon, there would be no ebb and flow in the ocean and no wind, cloud, rain and snow, and thunder and lightning on the Earth. And accordingly, no life would exist. Do we need to bother with such a simple reasoning? Someone may argue, there may be no life on land, yet there would still be life in the oceans. The answer is negative. Is it possible for an absolutely still sea to breed life? Moreover, without moon, it is impossible for us to have inspirations like, so bright a gleam on the foot of my bed. Could there have been a frost already? Lifting my head to look, I found that it was moonlight. Sinking back again, I thought suddenly of home. Without the moon, no life could survive on Earth. Therefore, the moon is specially set up there, for the life on the Earth, or we might say especially for man. Then who has set up the moon? Our ancestors? Dinosaurs? Who but the greatest creator can have such power and capacity to hang the moon in the sky?
七，地球至月球的距离是丝毫都不能有偏差的。
The distance between the moon and the Earth allows for no deviation. By Xiefeng. The distance between the Earth and the moon is 384,400 kilometers. If the distance is shorter than this, the Earth will be ravished by raging gusts and torrential rains. If the distance is farther than this, there would be only gentle breezes, occasional drizzles on Earth, and there would no longer be great storms, typhoons, and thunder and lightning. In another word, the life on Earth will suffer bad weathers and harsh environments. Just imagine what may happen if a jet plane schemes 1 meter above our heads. Not to mention the impact of the infrasonic waves and shock waves generated by the fast-flying plane. Even the whirls of air current brought about by the flight will carry us off our feet. The tiles on the roofs will certainly be blown away, and a course of water gully and water wall will be formed when the plane schemes over the water. Suppose the volume of the plane is as 3 football pitches. What will happen when it flies past the surface of the Earth? The consequence will be catastrophic. In the area it passes by, there will be scenes of general turmoil and mess, with animals scampering for dear life, men and horses thrown off their feet, walls tumbling, wind roaring and waves billowing. The ships on the sea will be wrecked, and the coastal areas will be frequently pestered by sudden pours of storms. If this situation continues every 25 hours, the survival of life on Earth will be unimaginable. What would happen if this plane were the moon? Not to mention the effect of other harsh elements on life. One flight of such a plane would bring 1/3 of the ocean's water to the land. If it flew around the globe for one time, the resultant hurricane would cause downpours to descend from sky, and all the continents would be transformed into an ocean. Then will life survive? Therefore, the distance between the Earth and the moon cannot allow the slightest deviation. Then who has designed so appropriate a distance? Undoubtedly, the design has been made with accurate calculation by superior life more intelligent than human being.
八，大风大浪、台风和雷鸣闪电是有意编排的。
Great storms, typhoon, and thunder and lightning are deliberately choreographed. By Xiefeng. The occurrence of the great storms, typhoon, and thunder and lightning is due to the existence of the moon. Without gales, the convection of hot and cold airs on Earth will be impossible. The chilly and sweltering weathers will continue for longer spells. The clouds over the ocean will not drift toward the land, and there will be no rain or snow. Without billows, there would be no gales. Without typhoon, the vapors over the ocean cannot be carried to the plains and the plateaus. Without thunder and lightning, the missing ozonosphere will not be replenished in a timely manner. As a result, ultraviolet radiation and other cosmic rays will shine directly on man. Everyone will suffer skin cancer. Without thunder and lightning, the air cannot be cleaned, and countless viral bacteria will multiply uncontrolled. Man will no longer multiply, and the Earth today will see no footprints of man.
九，整个太阳系是专为地球人类而设置的。
The whole solar system has been set up especially for man. By Xiefeng. We can see, as mentioned above, the distances between the celestial bodies, the sizes of different celestial bodies, and their speeds of movement have all been accurately and meticulously designed and arranged in strict accordance with the scientific laws of the survival and development of matter, with not an iota of coincidence. Some people may argue, the Sun and the Earth are extremely important to mankind, but the other celestial bodies in the solar system are just dispensable. Actually, this is not the case. Mercury, Venus, Mars, asteroid clusters, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto are all set up to protect the Earth. They are the additional bodies of the Earth, and obviously have been set up and arranged for man. A riddance of any heavenly bodies or a change to any factor will alter the orbit of the Earth and man will not survive on Earth. Life only exists on Earth in the entire solar system, and there is absolutely no life on other planets, because they are appurtenances of the Earth. To discover the secrets of the universe, astronomers have created countless space telescopes to observe the space all days and nights. This is too tiring a task. Actually, if only we are capable of calculating and thinking, we can calculate, starting from man's basic necessities for survival, the masses of the Earth, the Moon, and other celestial bodies, the distances between them, their orbits and speed. Without looking up into the sky, we can know what is there beyond Pluto and whether Uranus has satellites. When we come to know that there are superior life spaces apart from human society, we can infer the size and structure of the entire universe. When we are aware of this, we will discover that there are no superfluous galaxies and celestial bodies in the universe, and that each has its function and position. Suppose we are in a highly democratic and developed country. We can infer from the clean and tidy streets that the country has a highly efficient urban sanitation management. From the size of the city and its population, and the living standard and other factors, we can work out the number of dustmen in this city without counting them one by one from each street to lane. If the actual figure is one more than our calculation, it is for temporary replacement in case of the absence of one of the dustmen.
10. 地球的皮肤大气层
The Earth's skin, aerosphere. By Xiefeng. The aerosphere occupies the space from the sea level to 1,000 kilometers above. 99% of the atmosphere is concentrated within a space of 40 kilometers from the surface of the Earth and above. The aerosphere is divided into troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, ionosphere, and exosphere according to the different chemical components within various altitude ranges. The range about 18 kilometers above sea level belongs to the troposphere. 99% of the troposphere consists of vapor. The climatic changes and natural phenomena of thunder and lightning, wind and rain, drifting clouds, evening or morning glow, and rainbows all occur in the troposphere. The atmosphere consists of 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and 1% of other gases, such as carbon dioxide, argon, and ozone. The aerosphere is the skin of Earth without which the Earth would be as bleak and desolate as the Moon, the Mars, and other celestial bodies. There would be no life on Earth. Then how did the Earth's skin come into being? Some may say the aerosphere only occurs naturally. Then why is there no aerosphere on the Moon and Mars? The proportions of different gases in the atmosphere are just right. The increase or decrease of the proportions of any gases would be catastrophic to life on Earth. For example, oxygen accounts for only 21% of the atmosphere. The absence of oxygen will mean the instant death of man and animals, and the reduced amount of oxygen will hinder the normal activities of man and animals. It is impossible to carry out normal activities on the summit of the Everest and Himalayas because of the scarcity of oxygen. The spacecraft must be equipped with adequate oxygen for astronauts to carry out normal explorative activities. If oxygen in the atmosphere accounts for more than 21%, the people and animals in the low-latitude regions may suffer poisoning, and the inflammables in the nature will be liable to spontaneous combustion. An iota of spark may trigger many things ablaze. Apart from moisture, sunlight, and carbon dioxide, plants also need a large amount of nitrogen oxide for their growth. If the content of nitrogen is less than 78%, no matter how often or on what scales thunder and lightning may occur, there won't be enough nitrogen oxide created for the absorption of plants on the surface of the Earth. The amount of carbon dioxide accounts for less than 1% of the atmosphere. The small amount of carbon dioxide is the core factor of greenhouse effect, which maintains the global temperature between minus 21 degrees and 14 degrees Celsius. Without carbon dioxide, the ocean will be frozen up and the plants will die out. However, with too much carbon dioxide, man and animals may die of poisoning and the temperature of the Earth may rise dramatically. We may ask, how did atmosphere and the accurate proportions within the atmosphere come about? We cannot always attribute the inexplicable phenomena to naturally formed as a matter of course, can we? Without the careful attention of the parents, can a person grow up naturally after he was born? Is the lighting electricity we use generated naturally? Does the plane, weighing dozens of tons, fly naturally in the sky? Can we naturally reap a bumper harvest by simply throwing some seeds on the ground without hoeing the weeds, fertilization, and watering? There is absolutely nothing involuntary in the universe, and everything is managed and manipulated by someone, or some kind of wisdom. What are you suspicious about then?
11. 生命的保护神，臭氧层。
The Guardian of Life, Ozonosphere, by Xiefeng. Up in the sky between the space 20 kilometers and 30 kilometers from the Earth's surface, there exists a sky blue transparent sphere. It is the ozonosphere in the stratosphere of the aerosphere, which is the guardian of life on Earth. Without it, the cosmic rays, especially the ultraviolet emitted by the sun, will shine on man and animals without any resistance. As a result, 99% of man and animal will be inflicted with cancer and 99% of man and animals will suffer cataract. The organism immune system of man and animals will be weakened, and any occurrence of contagious diseases like flu will wipe out man and animals in groups. Because of this, the Congress of Vienna in 1985 and the London Revised Conference in 1990 developed the Resolution for Human to protect the ozone layer. Why? First discovered by a German scientist in 1839, ozone is a relatively unstable light blue molecule composed of 3 oxygen atoms. The molecule of ozone mainly results from the photolysis of intense ultraviolet. The content of ozone accounts for less than 100,000th in the atmosphere. 90% of ozone is concentrated in ozonosphere, which absorbs and filters the ultraviolet radiation waves readily absorbable by the nucleic acid in the biological cells. Ranging in wavelengths between 240 nanometers and 320 nanometers, these ultraviolet radiation waves will cause the above diseases and pose direct threat to the survival of life on Earth if they are absorbed by animals, plants, and man. Ozone and ozonosphere are protecting man, but the ozone inhaled by people near the ground is a harmful substance, which is capable of damaging the lung tissues and the photosynthesis reaction system of plants. As a mighty photochemical oxidant, it can cause great damage to rubber, plastics, and the life of animal and plants. It can react with the hydrocarbon of automobile exhaust and volatile gasoline to generate the organic pollutants like acetaldehyde and ketone. In 1973, 2 scientists from California University discovered that CECS artificial substance can damage the ozonosphere while the refrigeration industry and aviation industry are creating ozone. The activities of human being are pushing himself to the brink of extinction. This has brought the concern of scientists and far-sighted political leaders. And this is why people should protect the ozonosphere while prevent the increase of ozone in the troposphere, especially within the Earth's surface. The ozonosphere also has other functions. For example, it can rub against meteorites in the space and burn and digest them in the ozonosphere. Or the Earth will be littered with meteorites, and the weight of Earth would not be the same today. The Earth would have fallen to the sun long before. I'm not here to discuss how to protect the ozonosphere, but to illustrate that the ozonosphere in the aerosphere has not formed naturally, that ozonosphere is not dispensable, but has been carefully designed and arranged by the greatest creator. 12. 地球的血液水 The Blood of the Earth, Water, by Xiefeng. Can we perceive the existence of the greatest creator through water? To answer this question, first we will have a look at the property of water, the functions of water, and the circulation of water. Water is composed of numberless water molecules which are made up of 1 oxygen atom and 2 hydrogen atoms. One side of water molecule, the side with hydrogen atoms, is the anode, and the other side is the cathode. Since like charges repel each other, but opposite ones attract, then anode of a water molecule is linked to the cathode of another water molecule. As a result, as long as they exist in the same place, container, all the water molecules will be linked together and form the water that we commonly refer to, because all the molecules have anodes and cathodes. Pure water is colorless, tasteless, and odorless. Its pH value is 7, neither acidity nor alkalinity. Water is the only substance in nature that can exist in 3 forms: solid, liquid, and gas. It has greater solubility than any other liquids. So water can transport the valuable chemical elements, minerals, and nutrition to plants, animals, and human body very easily. Water freezes and changes into solid state at 0 degrees Celsius and becomes boiling water at 100 degrees Celsius. When the surface of water is irradiated by heat, the water molecules on the surface can become vapor and changes into gas state. Water can absorb and disperse heat. Water has very strong surface tension. When the sun shines on the water surface, the heated water will evaporate and become vapor, which can continuously rise in the troposphere until the strong wind brings it to the distant sky over the land, where the rising warm air current from the heated land surface will force it to continue the ascension until it meets the cold air current. The temperature and the vapor content decrease dramatically in the troposphere with the increase of altitude. When vapor meets cold air current, it will revert to the state of liquid. When the temperature is cold enough, the vapor will change into minute crystals particles and form clouds when combined with dust, soot, and salt crystals. When these minute water granules combine to form larger water drops, they will fall to the ground in the form of rain as a result of the gravitation of the Earth. Some of the falling rain returns to the oceans through the brooks and rivers, while some infiltrates underground to become groundwater. The groundwater can flow out to become surface water after hundreds of years and finally returns to the oceans. Some of the rain immediately changes into vapor after falling to the ground. The Earth is a closed space of circulation for water. The total amount of water will neither increase nor decrease. Therefore, there will be no change in the total amount of water on Earth no matter whether it is absorbed by plants, animals, and humans, or it is used to wash the diapers, or has evaporated and risen up in the sky, whether it has flowed into the sewage pipes or infiltrated underground. Perhaps the water molecule you are drinking was the water once drunk by Jesus or Sakyamuni, or used to wash diapers by a mother. The total amount of water on Earth is 326,000,000 cubic miles, of which the ocean takes up 97.24%, glaciers and icebergs account for 2.14%, the groundwater accounts for 0.61%, and rivers only accounts for 0.0001%. Let's see whether there is the greatest creator in water accordingly. Without water, the Earth is nothing but a desert with no life on. No matter how capable man is, he cannot create water. In addition, people would have long perished without water, let alone create water. That is to say, water on Earth is created by someone who does not need water. Who can exist without water? Someone wise may claim. Water is not created. It is something existed on Earth since time immemorial. If this opinion is correct, we can be sure that the Earth has neither past nor future but is timeless in existence. Then astronomers and scientists' assertion that the Earth was born 4.6 billion years ago is purely a traveler's tale. Furthermore, since the Earth has existed since time immemorial and the Earth is only a small component of the universe, there will be no question of the birth of the universe, and the universe must also have existed since time immemorial. Since the universe has no beginning, then all the celestial bodies and galaxies in the universe must be timeless and eternal. So it is absolutely impossible for meteorites to fall on the Earth. Otherwise, the meteorites may have fallen from nowhere. Now that meteorites have fallen on the Earth, it means that changes have occurred in the space, or certain celestial body has encountered disaster. The disaster that befalls on one celestial body will in turn affect the surrounding celestial bodies and trigger changes in other related celestial bodies. Thus, will some celestial bodies perish someday? Will some new celestial bodies come into being? If a celestial body comes and goes, then undoubtedly the Earth can also come and go. If the Earth has a beginning, it is impossible that the Earth has possessed all the things now on Earth from the very beginning. There must have been a process of generation and development. So, where does water come from? If we say that the water on Earth has come into being naturally, then the following questions need to be answered. Why is water colorless, tasteless, and odorless? What if water has color, for example, if water is red or black? What if water has taste, for example, if water is spicy, sour, or astringent? What if water has smell, for example, if water emanates a fragrant or fishy smell? Why does water has a very powerful solubility? What will happen if water cannot dissolve the food we have eaten and the drug we have taken? If water cannot dissolve the red blood cells and white blood cells growing in the marrows, and if water cannot dissolve minerals, chemicals, and other nutritional substances? Why does the pH value of purified water stand at 7? What will happen if the pH value is smaller or greater than 7? Why does water have three states: gas, liquid, and solid? What will happen if water is only in the state of liquid and no gaseous or solid state? Will there be changes of climate on Earth if water cannot turn into vapor? Can we still see the blue sky, white clouds, morning or evening glows? If water cannot change into solid state at low temperatures and form a layer of ice on the lake surface to block the harsh cold, will the fish not be frozen to death? How much land will be left if the ice that accounts for 2.14% of the total water amount has melted into water? Why does the solid state of water have a smaller density than the liquid state of water? If the solid state of water has a greater density than the liquid state of water, the ice formed on the river surface will continuously sink to the bottom, and the rivers, lakes, and oceans will all be changed into solid ice. When will the heat of the sun melt the ice? Will there be life if all the fishes, shrimps, and turtles have been frozen? Why does water have a powerful function in absorbing and releasing heat? If water cannot absorb heat, the temperature of the equatorial areas in summer will be too high for man and animals to survive. The heat of the engines in our automobiles will not be carried away by water, and the pistons will be stuck inside the cylinders because of the heat expansion. If water does not have powerful heat dissipation, the temperate zone, especially the coastal regions, will be terribly cold in winter, and the heat in the engine will not be released. Why does water boil at 100 degrees Celsius? If water does not boil at 100 degrees Celsius but at 20 degrees, many rivers, lakes, and oceans will have become a steaming pot where we can get boiled fish directly from. If water does not boil until it reaches 150 degrees Celsius, it would be impossible to boil food with ordinary pots, and it would be impossible to have food cooked at altitudes higher than 3,000 meters. Why does water have very strong surface tension? If water does not have very strong surface tension, how can it be absorbed by the root systems of plants and enter the venations of trees to bring nutrition to leaves and fruits? How can it move inside the capillary vessels of man and animals and transport nutrition to the surface layer of skins and the internal organs? Well, so much for the water subject. Just imagine, if water is not created by the greatest creator through careful arrangement, is it possible for the nature to create water with the above special functions?
13. 价廉物美的日用品，盐。
Cheap and good daily necessity, salt. By Xiefeng. When I was a child, I used to see a woman with an extremely large neck in our village. Each time I saw her, I would involuntarily throw more glances to her. Later I asked my grandma, "Why is her neck so big?" Grandma replied, "According to doctors, because she did not have enough iodized salt." When I was young, there were a fairly large number of imbeciles in the two neighboring villages. I asked my father, "Why are there so many retarded people in those two villages?" My father responded, "Possibly because they have had too much salt from buying gully."
借此段落谈谈我的家乡。
Allow me to have a few words about my hometown here. I spent my early childhood in my hometown where the Yellow River and Dasha River met. My family had a garden and orchard where I could look westward at the spectacular view of Yellow River falling from the sky, which glittered in the sunshine. Northward, across the river, there were the beautiful scenes of Wangjia Mountain and Wangjia Plain, and the flocks of horses, cattle, and goats on the shoals. In the south, the wire-pulled boats and the sheepskin rafts were ferrying passengers across Dasha River. In the east, cascades of houses were shaded and embraced by green trees. The two springs near the village were warm in winter and cool in summer. All through the year, clear and sweet water flows from these springs, and I grew up drinking the water from them. Everyone thinks that his hometown is the best, but my hometown was extremely beautiful. Unfortunately, my hometown has now become the territory of Dragon King. The building of Lujiaxia Reservoir has created tremendous wealth for the 5 provinces and autonomous regions in northwest China, but at the same time sacrificed my hometown. The building of the motherland needs everyone's sacrifice, and this is very reasonable. But what remains to be depressing is, dear motherland, you have forgotten the people who have dedicated their homeland. I was barely a teenager when I left my beloved hometown and migrated to a new place, which was intersected with ravines. There was barren soil, endless desolation, and no more beautiful sceneries. What remained were the primordial scenes of struggling for survival. My uncle had to leave for other places with my cousins and beg for food. These scenes are still vivid and fresh in mind, and each time I recall, my tears will run on my face. Motherland, can't you make some compensation for your faithful children who have sacrificed for you? Yes, you can and you did. Every time you only gave us a set of selected works of Mao Zedong for consolation. Your representatives came 5 times, so our family got 5 sets of selected works of Mao Zedong. The spiritual power is infinite, and the force of example is immense. But you have overlooked the fact that we are merely ordinary people. Even if you have piled my house and courtyard with selected works of Mao Zedong, we still need food and clothes, need to get merry. Motherland, have you ever thought of the life of those poor people who have sacrificed their homeland for you when you spent hundreds of millions RMB decorating the Chang'an Avenue? Now let me return to the topic. There is a deep gully called Bayan Gully near the 2 villages just mentioned. In the gully there flows a gurgling stream, not of clear spring water, but of salty and turbid water. In order to save a few coppers earned from selling eggs while having salt, the people there made salt from the water of Bayan Gully. The question whether the people in the 2 villages got retarded from eating the salt from Bayan Gully can be left to scientists. We can infer from the 2 examples that salt is extremely important to man. In human history, the salt business was very profitable. Salt merchants were the symbol of wealth. Countless fights and wars have broken out between men for the control of salt origin and the channel of salt business. In ancient times, the soldiers were offered salt as a prize, and the laborers were also paid by salt. When salt became a rarity, it was more valuable than gold. Just as water and air, none of us can live without salt. Our daily food can dispense with any other seasoning, but not salt. Apart from water and air, salt is the most important necessity for life among natural resources. The main component of salt is sodium chloride. Rock salt, lake salt, salt bed salt, and sea salt may differ in their respective structures and composition. For example, the refined salt we usually purchase from stores is cubic crystal in structure, while the lake salt is polygonal crystal. The best salt should be sea salt made through the sunlight-caused evaporation of seawater. Such salt contains over 80 minerals needed by human body, including iodine, calcium, potassium, magnesium, aluminum, barium, chromium, iron, manganese, fluorine, zinc, nickel, copper, phosphor, and the like. Salt is not only a superior seasoning and preservative, but also the key substance to keep us healthy and vigorous. Salt can help the digestion of food and transfer the nerve impulses to muscle tissues. But consumption of too much salt will do damage to the heart and cause high blood pressure and overweight, as well as the decline of kidney function, the disorder of menstruation, and edema. The most important thing for life is air. Without air, man will die immediately, so there must be adequate supply of air to guarantee the viability of life. The second most vital thing is water. Without water, man cannot survive for long, so there must be a great reserve of water to keep life going. The third most important thing for life is salt. Without salt, man can survive for a longer time, but will die eventually of weak limbs and frail body. Therefore, it is also necessary to have a certain amount of salt in store, of which can be obtained with little effort. When we shop for salt, we will find that salt is lower priced in comparison with other goods. As for gold, pearls, and diamonds, they are only ornamentals for life and are not necessities, so they are scarce in amount and are not easily obtained. If the seawater is not salty, there will not be salt on earth. Since seawater is inexhaustible, so we will never be short of salt. Now let's see. For life in nature, the more important things are, the greater are their supply. The less important thing are, the smaller are their supply. Is this simply a matter of unconscious coincidence of nature? Or is a purposefully arrangement by some mysterious power?
14. 光合作用，生命食粮的源泉。
Photosynthesis, the source of food for life. By Xiefeng. To survive, man needs not only air, water, and salt, but also needs to absorb nutrition, mainly carbohydrate. Where does carbohydrate come from? It comes from photosynthesis. What is photosynthesis? Photosynthesis is a process of converting sunlight energy to chemical energy through carbon dioxide and water to produce the nutrition needed by animals and plants, carbohydrates. Human body itself cannot conduct photosynthesis, neither can any other animals. Photosynthesis mainly occurs within green plants. Therefore, man must live on green plants. Photosynthesis can be briefly described as follows. When sunlight shines upon the leaves of plants, it will be captured by chlorophyll in the cells of leaves. The light energy captured by chlorophyll will decompose the water entering the leaves via roots into hydrogen and oxygen. Oxygen will be released through the pores on the leaves, while hydrogen will be kept within leaves and will react with carbon dioxide entering the leaves via pores on the leaves to form carbohydrates. The vigorous carbohydrates will spread in the plant cells through veins and enable the absorption and growth of plants. The most common type of carbohydrate is glucose, which will combine with nitrogen to form amino acids, proteins, and nucleic acids needed by life. Nitrogen is carried inside plants mainly through the water absorbed by the root systems of plants. Because of photosynthesis, part of carbohydrates formed inside the plants will be supplied to plant itself, and the rest will be stored in the leaves and fruits. Man and animals absorb carbohydrates by consuming the leaves and fruits of plants. Carbohydrates are compounds composed of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen atoms. Sugar, glucose, and fructose are simple carbohydrates, while starch and cellulose are more complex carbohydrates. The molecules of simple carbohydrates have only a few carbon and hydrogen atoms, while the molecules of complex carbohydrates have many carbon and hydrogen atoms. In terms of sources, all the food we eat originates from photosynthesis. Without photosynthesis, there would be no humans. Some people argue, I do not rely on plants and can survive only on poultry and domesticated animals, so I don't need the photosynthesis of plants. The problem is without the photosynthesis of plants, there would be no poultry and domesticated animals, because they rely on plants for survival. Of course, we can survive by eating fish, but fish also live on the photosynthesis of algae and some indigenous microorganism. From the point of nature, the only living things capable of making food are plants. Animals and men are not capable of making food themselves because animal body and human body do not have the element for photosynthesis. In addition to providing food for itself, animals, and man, the photosynthesis of plant has a tremendous function, the absorption of carbon dioxide and the release of oxygen. If plants do not make oxygen, animals and plants would have died out long before. If the plants do not absorb the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere will exceed the constant, and greenhouse effect will aggravate, and the temperature of the earth would be too high for man and animals to survive. Do you think that the photosynthesis of plants begins and happens incidentally?
15. 自然界的对称，神秘而伟大的力量。
Symmetry in nature, mysterious and great power. By Xiefeng. Look into the mirror. You step forward, the person in the mirror steps forward. You move backward, he does the same. You smile, so does he. You raise your leg, and so does he. Take the mirror as tangent. You and your image in the mirror have formed symmetry. If an object is cut in halves vertically from the midpoint and the left and right sides completely overlap each other, then this object is a symmetrical object. Let's look at the microscopic and macroscopic world, and we will discover that the galaxies, the solar system, the Earth, man, birds, tigers, fish, frogs, roundworms, flies, crickets, leaves, fresh flowers, butterflies, shells, eggs, seeds, cells, and so on are all symmetrical objects. Tornadoes, vortexes, diamonds, crystals, apatite, pearls, hairs, water droplets, the orbits of celestial movements, and helixes and others are all symmetrical. Among the Arabic numerals of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, the odd numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 are symmetrical with the even numbers 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. The number of men is symmetrical with the number of women when considered in a larger time scale. Symmetry is omnipresent in the universe. Without symmetry, there would be no universe. Why does the protruding rafter rot first? For the protruding rafter destroys the symmetry. Why the leaning tower of Pisa looks uncomfortable? For it has lost its symmetry. Why some people are called the handicapped? For they lack symmetry. Why was the World Trade Center of America got bombed? For America has become exposed rafter that unsymmetrical with other countries. Why was Falun Gong suppressed? For it was not symmetrical with the Chinese culture then. Why have many ancient civilizations in human history have declined? For they have lost symmetry. Why monsters and demons are frightening? It is because they are unsymmetrical. Why the works of some artists look disgusting? It is because their works lack symmetry. Why some buildings appear unsafe? It is because these buildings are not symmetrical. Why are some people irascible? It is because they are psychologically unsymmetrical. Why are corrupt officials punished in the end? It is because their mentality is not symmetrical with those of the common people. Why are meteorites frequently seen in the sky? It is because these celestial bodies have lost their symmetry. Why did the emperor hang himself? It is because his existence was unsymmetrical with the situation of the time. Why does tranquility make one feel comfortable, while turbulence makes one feel nervous and upset? It is because tranquility is symmetrical, but turbulence is unsymmetrical. Symmetry is a kind of harmony, perfection, aesthetics, and order. Why beauties are intoxicating. Why fresh flowers are pleasing to the eye. Why the music of moonlight of spring river is so soothing. Why do the sculptures of great masters make appealing to us? Because they are harmonious and perfect, providing people with enjoyment of beauty. Try to think. If a girl's left eye is larger than her right eye, her mouth is a bit oblique, only 4 fingers on her left hand, 8 toes on her right foot, and her left leg is shorter than her right leg, how would you feel? Man is inclined to symmetry. Outstanding artists, painters, sculptors, musicians, and so on, architects and political leaders are all experts on symmetry. Whoever understands symmetry understands the mystery of nature. Whoever has mastered symmetry will do things with ease and skill. A mature man is a psychologically symmetrical person, while a whimsical, eccentric, irascible, testy, and tempestuous person is no doubt psychologically unsymmetrical. Symmetry is perfect, asymmetry is defective. Symmetry is long-lasting, asymmetry is transitory. The reason for me to discuss symmetry here is to find out what power has made all things in nature symmetrical and why people are innately inclined to symmetry. Symmetry is a surface phenomenon, behind which is a mysterious and great power. The power controls in the form of symmetry to any overdevelopment and inharmonious kinetic energy and potential energy. Why does man have only 2 eyes instead of 3? Why is the earth round? Why does the dog tail grow on its rear body? Why are the wings of butterflies and the wings of birds identical? Why do people dislike ugly things? Scientists will certainly seek answers from the characteristics and structures of particles like atoms, electrons, protons, neutrons, and photons, which were proved in vain. For they could not explain the balance and symmetry for both sexes and why man does not grow a tail. So far, can we feel deep within our subconscious selves that a super wisdom is in control of all beings? If so, who is this super wisdom but the greatest creator?
16. 黄金分割，绝美的比例。
Golden mean, perfect proportion. By Xiefeng. In 1996, I discovered hundreds of species of conches in the marine products market by the seaside of Dar es Salaam, the capital of Tanzania. Those shells were incomparably and unimaginably beautiful. The spiraling structure of the whelk, in particular, will dwarf the best works of any architect. Is the brain of a shell creature more advanced than that of a man? Later, by observing the flower discs of sunflowers, I discovered that the arrays of seeds in the discs take spiral shapes, whether they are seen leftward or rightward, and that the seeds are not crowded upon each other no matter how many seeds there are in the discs. I figured the ancestors of sunflowers must have had college education or have obtained doctoral degrees. Otherwise, how could their offspring have ever thought of so perfect a sequence of arrangement? Then, by observing the arrangement of the celestial bodies in the solar system, the size of the Earth, and the arrangement of human body and plants, the arrays of branches and leaves of growing plants, the arrays of different petals, the sizes of various insects and the arrangement of their trunks and legs, and the arrangement of 5 sense organs, 4 limbs, and torso of human body, and so on, I discovered that everything in nature has a certain proportion, which is not controlled by an organism itself but predestined by heaven, namely, there is a mysterious power that controls the development direction of an individual organism. Take man, for example. Please open your hand. Why are there only 5 fingers on the palm? Why is the mid finger longer than the other 4 fingers? Why the thumb does not stand in line with other 4 fingers? Why is the total length of the 3 knuckles of the little finger rightly the total length of 2 knuckles of the ring finger? Why does the thumb have only 2 condyles while all other 4 fingers have 3? What will happen if the little finger is longer than the middle finger is shorter than the index finger, or if the middle finger has one more knuckle and is 2 centimeters longer than the index finger and ring finger? We can raise thousands of trillions of questions. For example, why has the height of man remained at about 1.73 meters for thousands of years? Why are the eyes of mice so small and the eyes of horses so large? Why cannot grass grow up into towering trees? Why does the size of man's penis match the depth and width of woman's vagina? So on and so forth. As long as we examine a question thoroughly, we will have to admit that behind every phenomenon there is a mysterious power or enigmatic principle governing everything. There is a harmonious proportion between everything, for example, the galaxy, solar system, the earth, the moon, man, dog, bird, tree, grass, insect, bacterium, and so on. There are harmonious, appropriate, and insurmountable proportions between the different parts of everything. For example, the size of human body and its proportions with eyes, head, mouth, arms, legs, 5 internal organs, and blood vessels. Proportion is the greatest creator. That is to say, the various proportions are arranged by the greatest creator. The wisdom of the greatest creator is boundless, just like the circumference ratio pi, which is endless, enigmatic, and forever infinitely informative. With the discovery of circumference ratio, man has realized the greatest creator's extensive and profound wisdom and the endless mystery of the material world. Man cannot but feel thrilled and enthralled by the wonder and profundity of Mother Nature, spellbound by the infinite future of life, and fascinated by the wonderful future. Man's wisdom is also endless. Man has discovered another secret, imaginary number I, the square root of -1. Does -1 have a square root? The rule sign of multiplication is 2 positives make a positive, and 2 negatives also make a positive, and the square of any number is a positive number. Then the square root of -1 does not exist at all. Now that the square root of -1 does not exist, why is the concept of imaginable number introduced? When science enters the period of quantum mechanics, even Einstein became puzzled because he thought that the universe is orderly and that the future development and changes of anything are predictable as long as the current status is known. However, quantum mechanics put forward the theory that accurate measurement is impossible. The more accurate the measurement of the position of a small particle, the less accurate the measurement of its speed. And if the speed of a small particle is accurately measured, the measurement of its position will not be accurate. Is it so? What is the expression of wave function of quantum mechanics? Without imaginable numbers, there would be no complex plane. Without complex plane, there would be no complex number. Without complex number, wave function cannot be expressed. When we probe deeper into the microscopic world, we will see that the seemingly illusory imaginable number has actually reflected natural laws. The illusory thing, regarded as impossible by people, actually plays a critical role. Hence, we come to realize that, instead of a question of existence or not, the illusory power of the greatest creator is actually a decisive factor which determines the development and change of everything. Hence, we realize that there is imaginary number in addition to real number, and that there is non-material world apart from material world. Hence, we come to understand that in addition to the flesh of life, there is a spiritual entity. And we come to understand that time is not only longitudinal, but also transverse. That is, for material world, time is longitudinal but transverse for the illusory, non-material world. As far as man is concerned, the time of man's flesh is longitudinal, with the past, the present, the future, the birth, and the death. But the spiritual entity of man is transverse, and at any point of time the spiritual entity can leave the flesh and enter the transverse time. The positive and negative numbers of the material world can form a function. Such a function has 4 quadrants, areas. If we include the imaginary numbers into the function, we will have a complex function. A complex function has 16 quadrants, areas. Ask yourself, please, which quadrant is my life in at present? The main purpose of this section is to explore the proportions in nature. Of all the proportions, people have found a special proportion, golden mean, another secret of nature after the circumference ratio pi and the imaginary number I. Then what is the golden mean phi? Take human body, for example. If the ratio of height and the length from sole to navel equals the ratio of sole to navel and from navel to top, then the proportion is golden mean. What's the proportion? The ratio of golden mean is 1.618038974989484821. Let's look at another array of numbers: 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144, 233, 377, 610. The above figures have a feature, that is, a number is just the sum of the previous two numbers. If each number of this array is divided by the number before it, we can derive the following numbers: 1, 2, 1.5, 1.666, 1.6, 1.625, 1.61538, 1.619, 1.6176, 1.61818, 1.61797, 1.61805, 0.61802, 1.61803, 1.61803, 1.61803. If we continue the process, the value tends to be 1.618033988749894848821. What is the point of this value? It contains unlimited meanings. One of them is beauty. Why are the conches mentioned earlier in this section incomparably beautiful? It is because they have developed according to the ration of golden mean. Why are flowers so pleasing to the eyes? Because they have grown according to golden mean. Why don't the seeds of plants fight with each other? Because they are arranged according to golden mean. Why do some people look so pretty? Because every part of their figures reflects golden mean. Why can musical instruments play melodious tunes? Because the chords of the instruments and the melodies approximate golden mean. Why do some architectures look so harmonious and comfortable? Because the layout of these buildings have been designed according to golden mean. Will you think it is beautiful if a person has the neck of a giraffe, the eyes of a mouse, or the arms longer even than those of an ape? Will it be harmonious if an 80-meter building is built among the 8-meter houses, or if a 5-meter bungalow is built among clusters of high buildings? People growing up in the countryside know that if all villagers live in low bungalows and someone builds a 3-story building on a whim, this person is sure to suffer bad luck. Why was America's World Trade Center blasted off? Seemingly, it was destroyed by terrorists, but actually the destruction has something to do with its height. Similarly, if you live in a bungalow in an area surrounded by high buildings, you will feel depressed, and you and your children will have little chances of development. We often see judges give scores for contestants on television. The final score for Jinyu Meizi is after crossing out the highest point and the lowest score. Why should the highest and lowest scores be crossed out? It is because they are problematic, discordant, and extreme. Things always reverse themselves after reaching an extreme. Everything must develop within a certain proportion and must be agreeable with its surroundings. If the range of proportions is exceeded, it is no longer beautiful and harmonious. What is harmony? Appropriate proportion is harmony. What is beauty? Appropriate proportional array is beauty. Golden mean is the most harmonious and most beautiful of all proportions. The development of everything is controlled by proportion. America should help the poor countries if it wants to become the world power. It should not be overly powerful. Otherwise, it will be punished by natural laws. A poor and backward nation should strive forward, otherwise it will perish. This is also the case with human being. If the population has increased to such an extent that it has lost harmony with the number of plants and other animals, there will be no way to sustain the continuous growth, just like a rapidly growing branch of a tree. If the branch does not break off, it will pull down or even uproot the tree. Since there is a mysterious power or law of nature to govern the harmony of proportions, the exploding population will certainly be controlled. If man can exercise the control by himself, so much the better. If population cannot be brought under control, then the power of nature will play its role. For example, wars, earthquakes, flood, fire, plague, famine, and turidity can all play their roles in reducing the population. Isn't the outbreak of SARS in 2003 an alarm bell knocked by nature for mankind? Proportion is a mysterious power in nature that controls the development and changes of everything in the universe. Who but the greatest creator has formulated this proportion?
17. 大脑，宇宙的缩影。
Brain, epitome of the universe. By Xiefeng. All the material wealth created by man is a realistic reflection of man's brain. Man's thinking, memory, speech, and actions are all attributes of human brain. That a society can be organically united to accomplish a goal is also the result of brain activity. All Nobel Prize winners and great men in history distinguish themselves from others because they have made full use of their brains. Scientists are still far away from uncovering the mystery of brain, although they have made intensive researches into the brain in the fields of neurology, anatomy, biology, biochemistry, and electromagnetism and have had detailed explanations for the structure of brain and functions of different components. It can be said that man is still at the infancy as for the understanding of the brain. Our knowledge of the brain is comparable to the part of an iceberg above the water, and what remains unknown can be likened to the gigantic mass underwater. Like the mystery of the universe, the mystery of human brain is a non-repeating infinite circumference ratio. Although we have known that the brain consists of 10 billion brain cells and 10 trillion interacting nerves, that the nerve network of brain is 10 miles long and can process a billion units of information per second, and that the memory capacity of brain is 1.2 million times that of a large-scale computer. The brain, which accounts for 3% of body weight, has still unlimited contents. The brain is the epitome of the universe, and the laws of the brain match the laws of the universe. The brain is the epitome of the greatest creator's wisdom. The brain contains all the wisdom of the greatest creator. The brain is the epitome of time. The brain owns the information on the changes of the universe over several billions of years. The brain is a processing factory, which can create things out of nothing and can transform the universe. What is imaginable in the brain can all turn to reality. The brain's potential is unlimited, therefore man's future is also unlimited, as long as man does not go to extremes but keep in line with the greatest creator. The brain is a supernatural place. Each neuron of the brain is not in direct contact with each other. The information between neurons is transferred by neurotransmitters, which is chemical in nature. However, within the neurons, the transmission of information is through electrical impulse. When we open up a neurocranium, what we can see are only things in biological senses. We cannot help asking, where is the memory kept? Where is the thought kept? How does man's thought come into being? Where is man's memory stored? How does the brain process the large amount of complicated information? Why can man make spacecraft and land the moon, while a donkey cannot make even a small cart to carry fodder? Don't people say that all the creatures are in the process of evolution? The brain is not only capable of imagery thinking, but also capable of abstract thinking. It can not only learn, but can also practice. It can associate closely not only with the material world, but also with the non-material world. Most of the scenes in our dreams are not absolutely the real image of the contemporary time-space, but the scenes in the past or even future time-space, or even the real image of another time-space. How does the brain work its way out? How do our sensibilities such as joy, anger, sadness, merriment, panic, trepidation, and yearning occur? How does the brain distinguish and correctly handle them? How do we instantly recognize the tastes of sourness, sweetness, bitterness, spiciness, and saltiness? How does the brain react to them? We have the senses of pain, itching, tingling, sore, swelling, acerbity, slippery, jumping, hard, soft, cold, heat, cool, and warm. How does the brain recognize these senses and pass on the information to related department? The love between man and woman is intoxicating. We are ecstasy when sexual excitement reaches climax. How does the brain perceive these and respond? How does the brain come into being if it is not the careful design by the greatest creator? Can such a fantastic and intricate structure take shape naturally? Can it have evolved from a single-celled microorganism?
18. 基因，生命的天书。
Gene, a sealed book of life. By Xiefeng. Gene is a structure and mansion of life. It is the general term for the special nucleotide sequences with genetic effect in DNA molecules. The resemblance of children to their parents is caused by the reproductive function of genes, which pass on the genetic information to the next generation. The different gene structures account for why the white race is white race, black race is black race, yellow race is yellow race, dog is dog, and rose is rose. Gene constitutes part of DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, and accounts for only 2% to 4% of total mass of DNA. A molecular chain composed of phosphate and sugar, DNA is double helix in structure, namely two mutually stranded helixes of molecules, connected in the middle by the crossband called basic group. Scientific studies showed there are about 30,000 human genes, each gene possessing 14 different versions on average. Human genome contains about 42,000 gene versions. The birth, growth, decline, and death of life is regulated by genes. Over 8,000 known human diseases are related to genes. The natural healing of the wounds in animals and plants is the result of genes' endeavor to retain their own perfect structures. Scientific exploration and research showed that there are 1 trillion cells in human body and that in each cell there are 23 pairs of chromosomes, and in each chromosome there are 30 billion base pairs. If all the chromosomes in the human body are linked head to tail, the total length will be more than 600 times the distance between the Earth and the Sun. If all the information of a chromosome is written down, it will fill up a 200,000-page phone book. The difference of chromosomes between individuals is only 0.1%. The comparison of the gene sequences of any two individuals reveals that 99.9% of the gene sequences are the same. The differences between the billions of people on Earth today are attributed to the 0.1% gene difference. What functions do the majority, 97%, of chromosomes within the human genomes have remains a mystery. Gene is a sealed book of life. Human Genome Project has involved the top science and technology talents and most advanced technological equipment of America, England, Japan, Germany, France, and China. After more than a decade's hard work, do we finally see the basic framework of the mansion of life, gene? However, it seems to me that we have only understood 0.1% of 0.1% of the functions and secrets of other structures in this basic framework. Shouldn't we think that gene is the fruit of the wisdom of the greatest creator? Can such an intricate structure come into being without the greatest creator? Some people would stick to their theory of natural happening. Then please tell me what happening naturally means.
19. 千姿百态的生命奇观。
The Wonder of the Great Variety of Life. By Xiefeng. Exhibiting its fantastic luster, life of myriad forms as far as one can see is presented everywhere from the tropic zone, temperate zones, frigid zones, to north and south poles, from plains and canyons to precipitous cliffs, from the underground, the Earth's surface, to the sky, from small creeks and ponds to rivers, lakes, and oceans. With their insignificant sizes but astronomical numbers, bacteria, actinomycete, epiphyte, microzyme, lactobacillus, viruses, and other microorganisms present a dazzling world of life under the microscopes. A million species of insects are exhibiting a gorgeous and bizarre world of life. More than 9,000 species of birds are flying in the sky. They agile and flexible and valiant bearing and varying beautiful shapes have inspired us to yearn for freedom and future, causing our thoughts to soar to the distant horizons. Countless fishes, shrimps, shell creatures, and other marine animals have constituted a fantastic and unimaginable underwater kingdom of life. We marvel at and are amazed and puzzled by hundreds of thousands of large, terrestrial animal species with widely differing means. Rushing or leaping, running or climbing, they exhibit their strong and vigorous bearing and their respective skills for survival. With the change of seasons, more than 100,000 species of flowers vie with beautiful girls in their riotous profusion of colors, enchanting and attractive. From the creepy lichens to the tall and straight redwoods, from the float grass swaying in the wind to the meandering kudzu vines, from medlar to loquat, from mulberry to coconut. The magical forms of the vegetable kingdom are so wonderful that they excel the work of nature. We cannot help asking, how do the riotous profusion of wonders of life come into being? Without tissues, organs, brains, and hearts, how can those single-celled monads capture and digest food, excrete feces, move freely, build houses, and have sex? Who has equipped insects with armors? Who has armed the birds with wings? Who has covered the beautiful clothes for flowers? Who has equipped man with heart? Who else but the greatest creator?
20. 生命的保护机制，条件反射。
The protection mechanism of life, conditioned reflex. By Xiefeng. What is conditioned reflex? It was a rainy autumn day in 1980. I was looking out of the closed window of a classroom in the Geological Technical School of Zhangjiago. Suddenly, a classmate called Chung Hongfu from Sichuan mischievously spitted at me from outside the window. Subconsciously, I stepped backward, closing both eyes instantly. This chain of reactions triggered the burst of laughter of Chung Hongfu, who said jestingly, "Monitor, what a coward you are! The window is closed. How can I spit on your face?" I said, "I did not realize that the window was closed. Do it one more time, and I will not react." I moved closer to the window, thinking that since the window was closed and he could not reach me, I would remain calm even if he spitted blood to me. "Are you ready?" Before he had finished speaking, he had spitted to me. "Ha ha, monitor. You closed your eyes again." My eyes indeed closed at that moment. Later I tried a few times more. Still my eyes would not listen to my command. Every time he spitted, I involuntarily winked my eyes. Later, at the classes of physiology and psychology, I came to know that this involuntary physiological reaction is called conditioned reflex. Pavlov even conducted an experiment on dog. The feeding of dogs was always accompanied by the ringing of bells. After some time, the dogs' mouths watered when they heard the bells, even before the food was brought in front of them. Why did this happen? It is because the ringing of bells has become a signal for food for dogs and a conditioned stimulus. The dog's prompt physiological and psychological reaction to this stimulus is called conditioned reflex. In the chapter Drinking Wine and Rating the Heroes of the Novel Romances of Three Kingdoms, Cao Cao related a story to Liu Bei. "The green plums on the branch I saw just now in the garden reminds me of last year's fight against Zhang Xiu. We were running short of water through the long march then. The army could not put up with the thirst. Suddenly an idea came to me. There is a plum grove ahead." I cried and pointed with my riding whip. Having heard this and thinking of the sour green fruits, their mouths watered and they did not feel thirsty anymore. Because of the conditioned reflex, the troops of Chow Chow secreted saliva when hearing plums. There are endless examples of conditioned reflex. Poke at the crawling caterpillar with your hand or a stick, and it will immediately curl up into a circle. The abnormal behaviors of animals prior to an earthquake. Mimosa's curling of leaves when touched. The palpitation of heart induced by a sudden sound at a quiet night. The contraction of muscles at the sight of a snake. The sneezes caused by the entrance of specks. The erection of penis and the secretion of lubricating mucus in the vagina when watching pornographic videos. The tightening of muscles and the flush of the face at the thought of one's enemy. The trembling of the mouth and the shivering of the body in times of fear and tension. The spontaneous resistance when encountered sudden attack. Inexplicable twitching of the eyelids, flush of ears, palpitation, and twittering of muscles. All these are results of conditioned reflex. Why is there conditioned reflex in animals and plants? Whether we make explanations in the psychological perspective or the physiological angle, apart from the conditioned reflex acquired as second nature, the innate instinctive conditioned reflex can in no way be created by the plants and animals themselves. The function of conditioned reflex is mainly life's instinctive protection of itself and a subconscious instant reaction. Who has designed this? Who but the greatest creator?
21. 两性愉悦，不仅仅是为了传宗接代。
The pleasure of sex is not only to carry on the family line. By Xiefeng. The core point of the pleasure-different sex is the orgasm of sexual intercourse. None of the first love, the adoration, the yearning, the dates, the caressing, and other emotional enjoyment can compare with the orgasm of sex. Then what is orgasm of sexual intercourse? To help us understand the feeling of orgasm between male and female, I have selected some sections from Kinsey Report's Hattie Report on Sex, and especially Sex Codes, China Reports. I am feeling like heaven. I have a blurry sense of giddiness, the thrilling and exciting warmth, fullness, humidness, and force. A sense of urgency, an irresistible sense of pulling. I feel extremely excited and short of breath. Meanwhile, I feel my head is lifting up as if in dream. The sound is vague and far. Time seems still. Gratification, conviviality, excited, thrilled. I am beside myself with pleasure. I feel terrific, as if I am at my best. I feel like awakening and a beginning of life. The feeling is incomparably wonderful. It is an ecstasy almost unbearable to human power. Charming, surging blood, carefree, ecstasy, orgasm, unparalleled wonder, intoxicating, full of power, incredible. In some aspects, arousal of sexuality offers me opportunity to transcend myself and wake up from the dense fog of daily life and existence. I feel as if I have left my flesh and my spirit, caring for nothing that normally seems extremely important to me. Wonderful feeling of caresses. I wish this could go on forever. My life is motionless, as if in a momentary eternity, feeling the intense combination of flesh in a state of ecstasy. A fantastic sensation. I myself is in another dimension which drifts and melts from the supporting point of my life. A raging flame, violent and engulfing everything. Extremely fantastic. A refreshing and irresistible orgasm is increasing to such an extent that an intense charge surges around the clitoris, just like a space-exploring rocket shooting up explosively. Then the charge radiate in the entire region of my pubes. At this moment, all other things have vanished from my consciousness. It seems that the inside of me is filled with enormous power. The wetness, the heat, and the intensity make me feel incomparably comfortable. During the whole process, all the raging, wonderful feelings are radiating in the internal side of my legs. It seems that all things around me have ceased their existence. I am completely immersed in this wonderful feeling. By far, I have not experienced a more wonderful feeling than this. This feeling is a complete immersion that has nothing to do with will and thought. It has completely conquered me, occupying my body. As for the overall effect of its destructiveness, the best word to describe this physiological feeling is madly carefree. The only feeling I can relate is certain form of overall stiffness and tightness and the indistinguishable internal explosion at the sexual organs. My body gradually tightens up. I feel as if I have reached the precipitous peak of perfect happiness. Then I approach the plateau of ecstasy. I utter a sharp scream, glide past the crest plane of bliss. Then I experience 5 or 6 fits of violent twitches and convulsions, which are acute, vehement, and agitating in the beginning and becomes duller, slower, and milder. This is the orgasm in sexual pleasure. We can discover from the above description that the physiological and psychological feelings at the time of orgasm are the incomparable large charge and the consummation of beauty. No wonder Ban Gu commented in Book of Han Dynasty, E1G, sex is the greatest of the feelings and is the natural principle. Sex is magical, mysterious, and supernatural, according to Jared Diamond, a physiology professor at Los Angeles campus of California University, who said, human sex is weird. The pleasure of sex is so wonderful, so ecstatic, and intoxicating that Freud has drawn the conclusion that the driving force of sex is the greatest power propelling the social development. Then who has created such a wonderful feeling of mankind? Is sexual orgasm also a result of natural evolution? Is sex pleasure purely for the purpose of carrying on the family line? A graduate student of Indiana State University, R. Stephen Howard said, in terms of the energy needed, a sexual reproduction is a more economical way to transmit genes to one's progeny. Then how did sexual reproduction come into being? Is sex pleasure simply for bearing children? The answer is negative. The prostitutes engage in prostitution are not to bear a child for the man of pleasure, and latter does not aim for the prostitutes to bear some children for them either. Human wisdom can make a master machine. Products can be constantly produced from a streamline. Then why cannot the greatest creator make a matrix that continuously produce offspring? The pleasure of sex is purely for the enjoyment of life, and this is the universal love of the greatest creator. As for the propagation of offspring, it is only the byproduct of the pleasure of sex. In addition, a sexual reproduction will completely pass the diseases carried by the gene on to the future generation. Through the copulation of both sexes, the diseases carried by genes can be remitted or even eliminated. The advantage of crossbreeding is self-evident. Therefore, a race may go extinct without sex life. Thus, the pleasure of sex is the arrangement of the greatest creator. Sex life conforms to the decree of the greatest creator. Sex inhibition is a reverence for the greatest creator. We should have sex life and enjoy it too. Else sex life should accompany us to the other shore of life. It is unreasonable to suppress, inhibit, and destroy sex life, because it is against human nature to do so. Why should we refrain what the greatest creator has created? There is no such thing as debauchery and dissipation in the matter of sex life. The more, the better. There is nothing reproachable about mu-zi-mei phenomenon. If Lin Dayu in a dream of Red Mansion had experienced an orgasm, she would not have such a miserable ending. Does this mean that Life Chanyuan is against Christianism and Buddhism? The seventh precept of 10 Commandments is, "You shall not commit adultery." Sections 28 and 29 of Matthew say, "But I tell you that anyone who looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart. If your right eye causes you to sin, gouge it out and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than for your whole body to be thrown into hell." In volume of Buddhist Sarangama Sutra, The Stage of Bodhisattva Faith, the first rule is dry wisdom. Ananda, these virtuous men will dry up their sensual desire and disengage their organs from sense data. This withering of causes stops the growth of karma. The clinging mind is now empty and clear, being but unmixed wisdom which is perfect and bright by nature, illumining all worlds in the 10 directions. This realization of wisdom is called the stage of dry wisdom because they have cut off their sensual habits but have not yet entered the Tathagata's Dharma stream. Even if you have acquired wisdom and concentration, you would only degenerate into the devil's groups: higher class fiend, middle class demon, and lower class hag. Your flocks of devils have also gathered a mob of followers, each claiming to have cultivated the heavenly way. After my cessation with the dominance of unorthodox laws, more and more such evil persons prevail in the world. They are greedy for lasciviousness and adept at knowledge. As a result, all mortal beings are addicted to secular love and lose the way to supreme enlightenment. Jesus is God, and Sakyamuni is Buddha. Their profound wisdom is beyond us mortals, and their teachings are invaluable treasures to our life. Jesus instructs us in divinity. Following the supreme road of life guided by Jesus, we can enter the kingdom of the God. Sakyamuni enlightens us from the perspective of Buddhism. If we want to attain Buddhahood, we must break with lewdness, not only physiologically but also psychologically. Just like the teachings of Jesus, you have already committed adultery even if you only have harbored the lustful desire. Christianism is the religion of God, and Buddhism is the religion of Buddha. The two religions have made indelible contributions to mankind. Through them, we have come to know the road to supreme life space. It is the primary task of Life Chanyuan to make Jesus and Sakyamuni an integrated part of our life. If the path of human development is comparable to a 3-story building, then Christianism will be on the top level, Buddhism at the middle, and Life Chanyuan will be at the bottom. In terms of the level of life, Buddhism transcends human nature and guides people directly to Elysium world of the West, Elysium world in the 36th dimension space. To board this ship, one must go through dry wisdom. Ignorant as I am now, I have no idea which level of life Christianism will lead people to. Judging by Jesus' road to divinity and teachings, he will make an angel of everyone and lead them into the celestial world, the paradise of gods. In 12:18, 25 Gospel of Mark, Jesus said, "For when they rise from the dead, they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels in heaven." What is angel? Angel is the goddess and Buddha with divinity. Buddha is under the control of the power of Buddha, while goddess is the free, elegant, and magically powerful spiritual entity of high energy, second only to God. Christianity guides people to develop in the direction of goddesses, which conforms to Jesus' teachings. Only in this way can they have a definite development direction for life space. However, from the activities and pursuits of Christians, it seems that they are still clinging to worldly affairs, to the relations of parents, children, couple, and friends and relatives, and to private properties, which is unreasonable. In 1426 Luke's Gospel, Jesus said, "If anyone comes to me and does not hate his own father and mother and wife and children and brothers and sisters, yes, and even his own life, he cannot be my disciple, because if you don't hate them, you cannot become an angel." For angels, there is nothing like family love. We can see from the teachings of Jesus and Sakyamuni that the ultimate wisdoms are communicable. They have the same purpose. Buddhists are capable to determinately cut off all their attachments to worldly affairs, including the relations of father, mother, wife, children, brothers, sisters, belongings, status, reputation, and their own souls. They will commit themselves to self-cultivation and self-refining wholeheartedly. They are the real Christians. However, the so-called Christians may inspire the suspicion of crying up wine but selling vinegar. The direction of development for us, mankind, is the direction given by Jesus and Sakyamuni. The problem is, however, there is a vast ocean between man and angel, goddess and Buddha. How can we sail the boat of life, tide over the tempestuous and turbulent ocean, and reach the ideal shore? If we can give up worldly pursuits and dedicate wholeheartedly to cultivation like the Buddhist nuns, monks, clergies, and nuns in the monasteries and temples, so much the better. Although it is extremely difficult to ascend the heaven at a single step, it will be worthwhile anyway. The problem is, can we do so? Let's just drop all other obstacles. How many of us can surmount the huge mountain of the pleasure of sex? I have still another question. Why should we surmount this huge mountain now that the greatest creator has equipped the structure of the pleasure of sexes inside us to enjoy the pleasure of man? The wonderful feeling of orgasm, the feeling of entering the paradise, the feeling of celestial being and intoxication, the release and proliferation of love, the standstill of time and space, the feeling of being blended into the universe, and the expectation to give up all worldly desire and stay forever at that time point. Aren't these the highest realm of life we have been pursuing? Our ultimate goal is to become angels, goddess, and Buddha. It would be too difficult for ordinary people to jump from the starting point to the end point, unless they are born with the wisdom of an angel, just like my granny, who was a vegetarian by birth, not because of her personal preference, but because of her feeling of disgust at the smell of fish and meat. To enter the graduate school directly from primary school is a process of transcending comparable to the thorough remolding of oneself and reaching the peak of perfection. It is just too difficult. Then are there any smoother paths to the final success of becoming a goddess and Buddha? Yes, there are. Let's first arrive at the thousand-year world, because the enjoyment of the pleasure of sexes will only affect our success of becoming a goddess and Buddha and does not prevent us from approaching the thousand-year world. Please look at the thousand-year world of 36-dimension space. Although it is still hundreds of thousands of miles away from the kingdom of goddess and Buddha, the thousand-year world is after all the world with sublimated human nature. We can first arrive at the thousand-year world before reaching the 10,000-year world, and finally make it to the world of goddess and Buddha, the Elysium world. This is comparable to a primary school pupil who pursues his education in the order of primary school, middle school, university, and finally the graduate school. Let's return to our topic. The pleasure of sex is the arrangement of the greatest creator and the favor he has granted to man. The greatest creator will not punish us as long as we are grateful to him and remember his grace when enjoying the pleasure of sex. I have seen the greatest creator from the pleasure of sex. Have you?
22. 上帝的杰作，自然之美。
The masterpiece of the greatest creator, Beauty of Nature, by Xiefeng. When learning Introduction to Literature, we were told by the teacher, we are surrounded with beauty. The reason that we have failed to discover beauty is that we lack the eyes to perceive beauty. In 1986, I went to Mandarin Duck Reservoir in Jianta County with my classmates of Jochuan Education College. We got off the bus on the road from Jochuan City to Jianta County. Just guess what my first impression is. I felt the beauty of relaxation and happiness for becoming part of Mother Nature, because what met our eyes as soon as we got off the bus was the vast expanse of endless Gobi Desert. It seemed that we city dwellers had entered another world of wildness, wonder, remoteness, and vastness. All of us cried with one voice, "Wow, beautiful." How can we say that the Gobi Desert is not beautiful? When I climbed the Great Wall at Badaling during my study at Beijing Foreign Trade University, I saw the meandering Great Wall fly like gigantic dragon on the top of the undulating mountains. I felt a beauty of valiancy, unrestrained freedom, and flying. During my study at Zhangjiago Geology Technical School, I used to go climbing with my classmates. Standing on the mountain top and overlooking the wilderness with curling smokes beyond the Great Wall, I felt a beauty of serenity, leisureliness, composure, and ease induced by the picturesque natural scenery. When learning in Lanzhou Education College, I would sit by the Yellow River whenever I have the opportunity. Since I grew up by the Yellow River, I have a special love for it. Watching the surging and rolling river flow in its meandering course, I felt that my thinking has been carried to a remote place, and I was filled with the aesthetic feeling of surging emotions and endless yearnings. In the small islands of Luanda, the capital of Angola, in the Bella Port of Mozambique, on the beach of Dar es Salaam, the capital of Tanzania, in Tianya Haijiao of China's Hainan Island, in the Cape of Good Hope of South Africa's Cape Town. Everywhere the azure sky and sea elicits in me an aesthetic sense of mystery, fantasy, eternity, and infinity. There is the world-famous Victoria Waterfall on the river of Zambezi between Zambia and Zimbabwe. I used to drive the 6-ton truck of Chinese Jiefeng truck to fetch water from there. Each time I approached it, I was overwhelmed by its tumbling heroism, its vigorous momentum, mountain-shaking power, thunderous rumbling, and dragons soaring. And the numerous rainbows among the waterfall created a dreamlike aesthetic feeling of dauntlessness and unrestraint. Harare is a garden-esque city, and Zimbabwe is a green country. Here birds sing and flowers bloom all the year round. Everywhere you can see luxuriant and green foliages. For years I wandered about among the green mountains and rivers. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the trees, flowers, and grass are extremely beautiful. I have not been to Prairie, but a dance I learned at middle school has always been lingering in my mind. The dance sings praise of the prairie of Hulunbuir in Inner Mongolia, the galloping courser, the herds of sheep, the drifting white clouds in the blue sky, and clusters of small flowers dotting the endless stretch of green land. In my imagination, the prairie is refreshing and intoxicating, and I long for it. The Gobi Desert, the mountains and fields, the rivers and oceans, the creeks and waterfalls, the blue sky and white clouds, the flowers, grass and trees, all are beautiful. The prairie in imagination is also very beautiful. The starlight across the sky, the morning and evening glows, the hovering eagles, the dancing butterflies, the grapes on the vines, the mouth-licking melons and fruits, the exquisitely carved dews, the frogs croaking, the insects' choruses, the birds twittering, the horses neighing, and even mirage. The nature is filled with exotic beauty everywhere. Nature is beautiful, and man is more beautiful. I have not seen the 4 ancient beauties in China, neither have I studied at someone carefully. I have, however, appreciated numerous Western beauties from internet, especially naked beauties. I have been deeply influenced by Buddhism, Christianity, and Confucianism, but the beauties are so pretty that they cause the complete collapse of my moral defense line. The temptation of beauty is so powerful. It makes people intoxicated and thrilled. Sometimes I imagine them to be the painted skins, hua pai, in stories from a strange studio, which will suck my marrow and blood, pull out my tendon, and skin me alive. I also know that a beauty of 18 is soft and tender. Her charm is as sharp a sword that chopped the ordinary man. Although the man may look the same, unknowingly his marrow is sucked clean and dry. However, by nature I have a strange inclination for beauty, which is so strong that I wish I were melted in. Shall we turn a deaf ear and blind eye to beauty? If beauty can cause our downfall, so can the beauty of nature. Aren't they the same? The earnest and tireless teachings of Jesus and Sakyamuni keep ringing in my ears. On the other hand, beauty is bewitching me with its irresistible force. I have been plunged into the deep misery and desperation. Why is this? I meditate, I repent, I hate myself, and I pity myself. What should I do? I cannot but look for the greatest creator, pleading for a definite answer. Who has bestowed the beauty for everything? If a man has no other purpose than mere survival, he will need nothing more than a kennel and a basin of pig's feet. Why should everything be given a beautiful look? I have finally got the answer. The beauty of everything has been created by the greatest creator, who has intended us to enjoy the beauty of life. Now that the respected greatest creator of the universe has offered us beauty, what need is there for us to act against the will of the greatest creator and view beauty as a dreadful disaster? Then is Jesus wrong? Is Buddha Sakyamuni wrong? No, not at all. Honey is sweet, but if we cannot extricate ourselves from it, we may put our life and wonderful future at stake, which is quite unworthy. We have to listen to the painstaking advice of God and Buddha. Nevertheless, now that all beauty has been created by the greatest creator, we are entitled to enjoy beauty. All beauty should be shared and should not be privatized. Everyone is greedy and exclusive by nature. When he himself cannot possess certain beauty, he will try every means to decry beauty and prevent others from enjoying the beauty. I praise to you, all the beautiful men and women, and through you, I praise the greatest creator. The internet beauties, for you the road to paradise and Elysium have been closed. Then, let me lead you to the thousand-year world. You have shown your beauty to the world and the public. You are not monsters, neither are you sprite. But remember, your beauty is given by the greatest creator. You should always remember the favor of the greatest creator and always feel indebted to him and love him. However, it will be another story if you do evils by your beauty. Beauty is the masterpiece of the greatest creator. The existence of beauty is the best evidence for the existence of the greatest creator.
23. 明亮的眼睛，通向美的窗户。
The Bright Eyes, Windows onto Beauty, by Xie Feng. Of the six senses of vision, hearing, olfaction, taste, touch, and telegnosis felt by the six sense organs of eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind, vision accounts for more than 80% of our understanding of the material world. Although more than 80% of the knowledge of non-material world comes from the telegnosis, vision is the foundation for telegnosis. Thus, eyes are called the windows of soul. Vision relies mainly on eyes. Although purely a material physiological structure, eyes can project the forms and movement of the boundless universe onto our brains, which enables us to survive effectively in the complicated nature. Without eyes, a man cannot live effectively. Without eyes, the mankind cannot survive effectively. Then how do eyes come about? Is it possible that the miraculous and intricate eyes have evolved from a monad and developed into the fully functional and perceptive eyes of mankind? Man's eyes have two functions. One is the function of vision, and the other is the function of aesthetics. The formation of vision involves an entire system of highly efficient image analysis structure. Strictly speaking, the objects we see are not the same objects, because a period of time has passed in the process from the perception of an object to the imaging of the object on the retina to the conceptualization of the object after being reflected to the brain by the nerve system. Although it lasts only several 10,000ths microsecond, theoretically the image in the brain is already not the image of the real object. For example, a flower we see may have withered after some time, but the flower in the brain is still the one originally reflected. For another example, when a relative of ours has passed away and is no longer alive, our brains still retain the lovely voice and happy countenance of the deceased. How does vision happen? Vision is a reaction to the stimulation of light energy of the eyes. An object will reflect the light from the sun or other light source. Via pupils and lens, the reflected light will fall on the retina for imaging to take place. Then, stimulated by light energy, the nerve cells on the retina will convert light signal into bioelectrical signal, which will deliver the vision information to the nerve center via optic nerves and finally to the brains. The brain's mechanism for analysis, judgment, and identification will form the concepts of the object's size, shape, and color and then pass on these concepts to the related departments of the body, ordering them to maintain a high vigilance and be ready to respond to emergencies. For the smooth running of such a complicated program, A man of supreme wisdom is needed to conduct perfect design of the eyes, just like the design of cameras by scientists. We can know that the eyes are designed by the greatest creator through the following passages. What is visible to the eyes is only the visible light with wavelength ranging between 400 millimicrons and 760 millimicrons. Beyond this visual range, the world is completely different. The blue sky is no longer blue sky. Our eyes will be dazed by the variegated and weirdly colorful scenes created by the cosmic rays like infrared, ultraviolet, gamma ray, beta ray, X-ray, electromagnetic wave, and particle flux. In less than 10 minutes, our nerve system will become turbulent, and we will all go mad. Moreover, we may occasionally view spirit, immortals, goblins, devils, and monsters, paradise and hell, or even the thinking waves in other people's mind. Then we will not be able to behave like a man and enjoy the beauty of life in this muddle-headed and unrestrained manner. Make the eyes possess the capability to resolve different colors. Within the photosensory cells in the cone of human eye's retina, there are three different photopigments, which can respectively absorb the blue light with a wavelength of 445 millimicrons, the green light with a wavelength of 535 millimicrons, and the red light with a wavelength of 570 millimicrons. The mixture of the three lights in different proportions has created the great variety of colors. Our eyes possess the capability to distinguish the subtle shades of color. Otherwise, we will all be colorblind and cannot fully enjoy the infinite beauty of nature. Make the eyes have a broad vision. Our eyeballs are only 24 millimeters from back to front, 23 millimeters from top to bottom, and 23.5 millimeters horizontally. The pupil of the eye is only 2.5 to 4 millimeters in diameter, but if we scan widely, we can see the views within the scope of dozens of kilometers. How wonderful it is! If our eyes do not possess such a function and can see only a place the size of our eyes, our field of vision will be extremely limited, just like looking into a few meters ahead through the hole of a bamboo hole. We cannot see the wolf even if it is already beside us. We cannot discover the snake even if it has climbed beneath our feet. Won't that be a great trouble? Make the eye possess stereoscopic vision. People often say, we can see clearly at a glance. But can one see clearly with one eye? Try closing one eye and see if you can pull a thread through the needle's hole, or if you can pour strong sulfuric acid accurately into a small test tube in the chemical lab. Therefore, it is important to have two eyes. Make the eyes possess the function of winking. The eyes will wink every 2 to 8 seconds. Why do eyes wink? If the eyes remain open all the time, they will easily become dry and astringent and may attract dusts and bacteria. If this lasts for long, the eyesight will fail or even be lost. Through winking, the tears may be evenly distributed in the eyes to wet the cornea and conjunctiva, preventing the eyes from dryness and astringency, maintaining the luster of cornea, and cleaning the conjunctiva sac of dust and bacteria. See how considerate the greatest creator is. Make the eyes possess a mechanism of self-protection. The eye is an intricate, sensitive, and delicate organ, which cannot be protected by relying on man's self-consciousness. Thus, the greatest creator has designed eyebrows, eyelashes, eyelids, and tears for protection. Growing on the protruding superciliary ridges, eyebrows ward off the dust and sweat from above like an umbrella, preventing them from entering the eyes. Eyelashes resemble bamboo curtains or two platoons of embattled sentinels who are always ready to keep away and block off the unannounced invasion of the enemies like dust and microorganism. Eyelids are like a loyal soldier guarding the frontier line of the eyes. Whenever attacked by foreign matters or shown by strong light, the eyelids will immediately close up and protect the eyes within them so that the foreign matter will not cause damage to the eyeballs or the strong light will not hurt the optic nerves. Whenever foreign matter or bacteria has invaded into the eyes, the tears from lacrimal gland will pour out and flush away the foreign matter. Meanwhile, the lysozyme and immunoglobulin in the tears will on the one hand inhibit the propagation and growth of bacteria, and on the other hand will kill bacteria by decomposing the sucrose mortierolate existing in the cell wall and dissolving bacteria. Let's see how perfect the protection mechanism is. Is this a result of evolution? Ever since the moment man appeared on the earth, our eyes have possessed the above functions. Our eyes have never experienced evolution or retrogression. Our eyes have not gone through the gradual perfection and evolution. Apart from the above visual functions, eyes also have aesthetical functions. We can derive aesthetic enjoyment from bright eyes, talking eyes, amorous eyes, and leering eyes, and so on. I have almed hundreds of schemes to adjust the size and position of the eyes to find out whether there exists a better design of the eye's size and position. For example, place the eyes at the top of the head, at the back of the head, or on the buttocks, or in the palms, or beneath the mouth, or exchange the positions of the eyes and the ears, or replace human eyes with the eyes of the horses, or those of rats or frogs. It turned out that only the current size and positions of the eyes are just right, and any slightest changes or alterations will only lead to ugliness. Unbelievable? Just try it. We can see the greatest creator from our eyes and the magic and profundity of his wisdom.
24. 奇妙的生物遥感、传感和感应。
24. The marvelous biological remote sensing, telesthesia, and telepathy. By Xiefeng. Let's first look at the following cases. Case 1. Huiyin reported in Four Flowers and Four Dragons, the story of two quadruplets. If one of the quadruplets catches a cold, the other three will surely have a fever. Three brothers yawned in step with each other, with three little mouths opening simultaneously. They uttered ah sonorously, as if proclaiming their manliness. Case 2. There is a report called The Unexpected Reunion of Kindred, the details of which I cannot remember very well. It relates the reunion of mother and daughter after a separation of more than 4 decades. Under a strange combination of circumstances, the daughter was adopted by other people. So she took the foster mother for her birth mother, and indeed, she did not know that she had a natural mother who was now old and lived alone, knowing nothing about her only child, who had been separated from her since very young. A curious coincidence brought the daughter into an out-of-way alley where she coincidentally met with an old lady. Because she had accidentally helped the old lady, she was invited by the old lady into her humble hut, where she accidentally saw a picture on the wall of the old lady when she was young. She was astonished because her foster mother had given her a photo, which had been placed at the bottom of the chest for decades. The photo on the wall was the same as the one she had placed at the bottom of the chest. After talking with the old lady, she came to know that the old lady in front of her was none other than her own mother. The mother and the daughter felt both misery and happiness. Thanks to the mercy of heaven, the old mother had eventually found her daughter that she missed every day. Case 3. Dead Body Returns Home reported that when the famous American actor Charles Cleveland died in 1899, he was buried in Galveston, Texas. The next year, a hurricane flooded the cemetery. The family of the deceased searched everywhere, but with no result. However, 28 years later, in September 1927, this magical coffin mysteriously reappeared. It drifted for 3,000 kilometers and arrived at the homeland of Cleveland, Prince Edward Island. Case 4. According to the omens of mice house moving, after the World War II, Mr. and Mrs. After a period of peace, those mice left the house for another time. Mrs. Macy has a hunch that something unexpected might happen again. True enough, this young industrialist died of a plane crash. It is said that the house was built by a famous lawyer who suffered lunacy shortly after the building was completed and eventually killed himself by jumping into Hudson River. Case 5. According to the report of miraculous biological telesthesia, as early as last century, Professor Gregory of Edinburgh University had introduced an experiment of Berua. In the experiment, Berua divided the 50 snails into 25 pairs. Each pair was separated from the other pairs. After some time, the same letter was written on the shells of each pair of snails, and one of the pair was brought to America, the other still remained in Paris. Later, at a given time, the snail staying in Paris was stimulated with electric current. At the same time, the one brought to American also exhibited the same electric stimulation reactions.